Yeah. Guess who left their big stupid head in focus on a giant screen across the studio? Ugh, that's not what I'm looking for here. All right, let me see here. Excellent connection. There we go. So I fixed a little bit of the camera angle where I was just like chopped off from like here. But all right, let me sort this out here. Copy video Earl and all right. Epic fantasy novel edit, day 5. Day fucking 5. It's a lot of days to be doing this. And I say it's a lot of days, but I'd be surprised if we got this done in like, I don't know, maybe I'll pick up the fucking pace. Um, but geez, like 5 days and 10 pages. That's 2 pages a day. It's not good. Let's see. Shout out to 3 in the morning. Got the edits still pumping because my mama ain't home. I got edits in the living room, getting it on, and they ain't leaving till the structural problems is gone. All right. So what you want to do? I got a pocket full of pacing problems, and my stories do too. All right. So we want to just go through, and I mean, part of it too is I think we're doing everything twice. Um, do a slow-ish scroll of the content that I edited each stream. I think that's a really good idea, and it'd be useful for me as well. Sometimes I reference these episodes too. Um, I will do it, but please remind me. Yeah, to catch up on the days that you missed. I like that. Yeah. Um, we can do it at the beginning too. We could just slow roll what's going to happen at the very beginning of the show. Let me do that. I'll scroll roll the chapter that we're going to work on. Um, just let's see. This is kind of cool. Okay, so we start at page 5 here, and I can give a little overview too of the problems that we addressed and so forth, and just to like hammer it into my mind. So after 3 days of work, we finally arrived at the dusty plains of Day 5. Day 5 takes place where in a sorcerer's tower, later to be revealed as the character Arath the Unraveler, who is one of my favorite characters in this book. So here, blah, blah, blah. What do we add here? We put it into El Shalah's POV instead of just like a neutral POV where I think it was jumping between character and character, and make her like a little bit more bitchy. Because they're in kind of like a little bit of like a dom sub type relationship right there. So we get into that, and they're flirting, and yeah, it gets kind of dope actually. Yeah, sorry for being so fresh. But essentially, like they get into an argument over that whole course of whatever there, where he's like, "I'll kill that old guy." He's like, "Just do it, pussy." And then she finds out that he's gotten kicked in the dick and threatens to go down and put the hurt on Fish if he ever were to kick her boy toy's dick again. So whilst this is going on, outside of their door, a thief has crept into the tower. This is Rigel, who we've gone into this a little bit, but we may wind up changing this character's name. And so Rigel is just kind of skulking outside their door, watching as they start to get it on inside, and he is agog at the fact that this common woman is just ordering around the Duke's son like he's some kind of trained dog. But one of the avenues that we thought about for the Rigel character, who has very strong relationships with some of the older men in this story, who act as like kind of a father figure. And he doesn't show extreme interest in the. There's only one real female character in this book. Well, I take that back. There's one female protagonist that's in it the entire time, and everybody else is going to be like almost a caricature. So the El Shalat character is really all we give women to like latch onto. Generally, if I'm going to stereotype, this kind of like dungeon crawler, well, people don't sell books like this for the most part. Like there are not a lot of dungeon crawlers on the market. Closest, usually there are like dungeon crawling sections in other stories. Like it was in I think Dragons of Autumn, Twilight, and a few other things. But generally, you don't have an entire book set in a dungeon. Like examples that I could find were like some of the Warhammer novels. They get pretty deep into, but those are like mostly Conan style short stories. There's like Gomengast, or I'm sorry if I'm fucking that up, Mervyn Peak, but that's not really like a dungeon story. It just takes place in this giant decrepit castle. It was actually like a pretty interesting story. But oh my god, the writing is quite difficult to parse right there. It's very British, and which is very British. So we added a bunch of details as we were going through this. And in general, I think we're adding strong details that make active choices, because it definitely, and something that I've improved a lot with these editing streams is, especially Stratum will be like, engage more senses. Where is this? I can't form a picture in my mind, which is a reader that I could not reach that reader previously because my descriptions of things were so threadbare. And now hopefully we're trying to improve them. In the genre of epic fantasy, you cannot get away with that. You must have your scenes described, and you must immerse the reader totally for them to get what they're, the trade-off. Me handing you this big slab of a book that's like 800 pages. What the reader is looking for is like, I want to be immersed in something. I want to take a look inside a book or reading Rainbow. So they need like a lot of these smaller asides. Like essentially, we just can't rest on any scene. You have to know where they're at every single time. That may get laborious later in the book when we have action flying and so forth, but definitely for the establishing quarter of this book, I think our scene work can go to. All right, so let's start here. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me roll through the whole thing. Chimere vied with Goria for all his training. Don't forget he's dangerous. He's just a boy. Yeah, and around here, page 9, not page 9. So this is where Rigel has been like chilling outside the door, and he is making up his mind, like, I gotta bust in there and steal this magic orb. Why? We don't know. We find out a little bit later. And then he bursts in, they cry out in surprise. We find out that Rigel is wearing an amulet of snake lead, which is brought up previously in a few different places. It's a plot point for this book later on. But we bring it up in Arcanist. In the first book of the Master Arcanist, his wards have been deactivated by the substance, which is described in this fantasy world as being magic devouring and somewhat of anathema to magicians. It sounds so stupid when I say like magicians and so forth, because I'm getting too old to write fantasy or whatever. I need to like recapture my youthful love of dragons and dungeons and all sorts of. As I've gotten older, I've just gotten like much more interested in real people and real places, and that's because like my brain is drying up essentially of its youthful whatever. Same mage. Uh, oh yeah, mage instead of magician. Whatever. Okay, so we're gonna start where we began editing yesterday, and this is just gonna be a quick run through because I was very tired yesterday. Yeah, this like obviously I'm up at 3 in the morning. Something is fucky with my sleeping, so I'm gonna try and work through it a little bit. If they screw, I can get it. I'll just burst in and grab. No, I see. Like the it here is a problem. Yeah. If they screw, I'll just burst in and steal it. I'll be out the door before he can even pull his cock out of her. I like that. Yeah, like I said, we're. I like the way that this is. I'm sure other people wouldn't consider it subtly handled, but compared to like the other sex scenes that I've written, this one has been modified to be like a little bit more subtle, without. And honestly, like I think the scene is like a little bit hotter for the details that we've removed, which is. But anyhow. If they screw, I'll just burst in and steal it. I'll be out the door before he can even pull his cock out of her. Revel and El Shalah didn't screw. Instead, they talked, dropping their voices low. Yeah. Come on. Revel and El Shalah didn't screw. Instead, they talked at length. No, I don't like it. Like DMing a dungeon. Yeah, yeah. This really is in this. It's a really great way to think about it. Um, it really is like a dungeon master type role writing this guy. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, better. Uh, So why do we make that change right there? So we have this big establishing shot. It's like this fancy door, and I love architectural details like doors and so forth. And like frequently we'll like delve into some structural vocabulary to describe them. Here we like looked. I looked up what similar panels existed, and mostly this is some shit that the French would do. And we describe the tower in increasing tones of like wealth and opulence. Like we describe it as having chambered ceilings and mullioned windows and all this like frou that probably doesn't matter too much to you or I, um, but to somebody who, oh fuck, I can't have that there. I have like this big piece of tape sitting like face down on the deal. I was gonna like gunk up my nice table. So it doesn't matter as much to every reader, but to somebody who has like some idea of what things cost in medieval times, immediately like they're picking up on, okay, this lady has money, right? Which is what we want. We definitely want to set a socioeconomic contrast between El Shalah, Revel, and then Rigel and like another pack of rogues that's going to enter into the fray right here, because frequently they're insulting each other in economic terms throughout the course of the story. And one of the major themes is how ill prepared some of these noble people are for the suffering that awaits them within the RAPAXORIS. And it's just like a little aside, right? So here, uh, Yeah, I don't like this. Um, Revel and El Shala didn't screw. They talked, dropping their voices low as the conversation became heated. On the other side of the massive bedroom door, mm-hmm. Can we call him a skulker? I want to get the word skulk in there. Um, on the other side of the massive bedroom door, Rigel the thief skulked in the corridor. No, that's not good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to get skulker in there. We had it. On the other side of the massive bedroom door, Rigel the thief skulked and strained to make out what. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's not good. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's our skulking. Um, the door was ornate. Okay, Revel and El Shala didn't screw. They talked, dropping their voices low as the conversation became heated. On the other side of the massive bedroom door, Rigel the thief strained to make out their conversation. The door was ornate and ostentatious, nearly 12 feet tall. At least 12 feet tall. Its black walnut panels were carved with scenes of fabulous beasts doing battle. Period. Dragons wheeled against griffins. Chimerae vied with gorgons, and hydras fought manticores among other beasts the young thief could not identify. I don't like the way that sounds. Yeah. Dragons wheeled against griffins, chimerae vied with gorgons, and hydras fought manticores. Um, what kind of rock would it be? Yeah. But we don't want to use onyx because that shows up a little bit later. Mm-hmm. So I think we're being like a little too clever when we try to. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's a good edit. I'm gonna give you a point for it. Boom, big 13 right there. Yeah. I like that. So, a little bit, I like that we're establishing some limitations for this character right off the bat. He's like, I don't know what the fuck these things are. And we established like right away that he's illiterate, and it's very like tempting to have characters know things because it's like it's just like uh, mainly in a story you're like trying to tell people things, but this is an adolescent. He's probably like 15, 16, somewhere around there. We'll have to like hammer it down later in the story. He's probably younger than that, actually. I think he's like 13 or 14 in the story. And we get into why he's in this position there. And a lot of adolescence is defined by, like, I don't know, like I just not knowing a great deal of things. And it's hard when you're older to remember what it felt like to just be like, what the fuck is that thing, and not have like some. Although increasingly, like when you're asking the question, you're not like springing to mind with like something that's obviously wrong that you just have never considered whether it was wrong or right. I like that little pun there. I look for it all the time. Things I've never seen before, things I can't identify. Well, you haven't lost your sense of childlike wonder right there. That's one of the reasons why I was like seriously considering leaving New York before all my bitcoins became worthless. Was just the knowledge that I've become too set in like my routine of like living in the city and being on edge all the time, and working fucking realistically, like I don't want to like talk about working long weeks because like so much of the time is just spent literally jacking off. But yeah, man, like I definitely need to get back out in the world, and I've felt that way for a long time. Mm. So I like this a little bit better, where we add that he's worrying about it. This is improved. There were more beasts, but the young thief could not identify them. He worried about the doorframe. It was a band of lacquered ebony carved with weaving lines of arcane symbols. Sigils. Gypsy Wanderlust. Fuck, I've been having that feeling since I was like 16 years old. Never goes away. I just need to take like some trips this summer. I've been too fucking flaccid in terms of traveling. There were more beasts. The other panels had more fantastic creatures, but the young thief could not identify them. So that actually does like a bunch of it does like some double lifting here, because more in that sense means that more as an additional, but more also to a greater extent. So the reader can pull whichever meaning they want out of that, which is great. The other panels had more fantastic creatures, but the young thief could not identify them. Um, the young thief could not identify. He worried about the doorframe. Instead, he worried about the doorframe. The thick band of lacquered ebony was carved with weaving lines of arcane sigils. Oh, that's better. And I like that we just have like this little pun in there. He only knew these magic marks could spell terrible trouble for him. I like that. Oh, it's just like a little aside, and hopefully it's not enough to where the reader is like, oh, a pun, yeah. Um, oh, it's um, generally if we're using like something that's cliche, and I can spot it, like there's so many like deep set cliches that I don't even pick up that I'm doing because I'm the dunce. But generally, like that kind of awkward phrasing, if I'm putting it in there intentionally, it's because I want to do something like to suck my own dick. Too clever by half. Exquisite. Mm-hmm. There we go. Taking tremendous care, he didn't nudge the door or make a sound. Rigel pressed his ear against the keyhole and closed his eyes to focus. For all his skulking, Rigel could only make out bits of what the sorceress and the swordsman said. For all his skulking, Rigel could only make out bits of the conversation in the bedroom. El Shala talked more than Revel. The swordsman's voice was almost a whisper. He seldom said more than a few low words in reply. That's better. What good are you to me, then? El Shala demanded. Rebel's reply was to... Okay, so we're just chopping up response. We're just swapping those so that we don't have the repetition of reply. He seldom said more than a few low words in reply. What good are you to me, then? El Shala demanded. Revel's response was too mumbled to make out. The young thief could barely believe the way the sorceress spoke. Though he'd been disgraced, the Duke's son was still one of the most powerful men in Laz. El Shala spoke to him as if she were scolding a dog, and Revel just stood there. Mm-hmm. The young thief could barely believe the way the sorceress spoke. Though he'd been disgraced, the Duke's son was still one of the most powerful men in Laz. El Shala spoke to Revel as if she were scolding a dog. Revel just stood there. He absorbed the abuse like an abashed child. So, what good are you to me then? Oh yeah, fucking then. Always getting, I never get those right. I don't see them still. After, what have we been doing this for like 2 years now? When did we, it has been like 2 years we've been doing this, and I still, like, don't have the, like, time clauses need their commas. El Shala spoke down to Revel as if she were scolding a dog. Revel just stood there. He absorbed the abuse like an abashed child. I like that. Oh shit! Oh, what's up, Big Brongulus? Bradius, I think you were here for like some of the edit of Gravid or whatever. We just got the manuscript back from the editor, where I was just like, hey, like, what should I do? Should I like cut out 400 pages of this and try to sell it to a publisher, or should I just keep it like 800 pages long, try to cut out as much bullshit as I can and release it myself? And he was definitely like, yo, you can't sell this motherfucker. Which is fair because we couldn't sell Lemon Maybe, right? And Lemon Maybe is gorgeous. What a fucking book, right? It just makes zero sense to me that I couldn't sell it. But yeah, nobody wanted a piece of it. Yeah, I in my mind, I'm seeing a vision of like a shelf of different self-released hardcovers, where we put out Zeros, and I'm gonna retypeset Xanon Ink, and then I could put out fucking Lemon Maybe and Gravid and maybe this one by the time that's done, and have like a radical shelf of like 5 or 6 different big ass hardcovers. I like the hardcover thing has changed my whole fucking perspective on books. Now I'm like so jazzed to have them as these physical objects. They really do look nice. Hold on, let me grab this thing real quick. Yeah, so that's a shame, but I hear it's a rough business. Yeah, it's like they wouldn't even really do a tremendous amount for me if I were published. There's like a little like, oh, I got published by like a major house or whatever. But in terms of the marketing and shit I get, it would be pretty fucking pitiful, honestly. But trying to do it myself, I'm just like struggling to find the energy. But here is the hardcover of fucking Zeros right here. This is amazing. Yeah, like people really like the cover for this guy too. And just I was showing it to a doctor yesterday, and he was talking about how it looks like a mask when you look at it this way, and I had never really seen it that way, but it really does. It looks like a creepy fucking mask flying over the moon, which I enjoy tremendously. Creepy mask, but yeah, just having the big ass hardcover in my hand, I was like, I have enough books where I could almost fill a shelf of these if I just put like about 3 months into marketing each, and like about a month of typesetting and proofreading on each. Literally, I could spend the next 2 years maybe just like doing this kind of editing of works, and there are like some new ones that I want to write too, but honestly, like I could just say fuck it and start throwing these out on Amazon and forget entirely about, because the most fucking discouraging thing in the world is to spend like a really long time working on something and just have like 30 agents be like, nah, I don't think I can. I don't hear a single. You know what I mean? And they're probably right. They know their fucking business. But at the same time, I don't want to wait for years with these things in like a fucking shoebox. For some asshole to take the chance on me. Maybe I can just apply myself and do some of my own marketing and just appear on a bunch of fucking podcasts and blow up the World Trade Center. And oh, is that a colon? That is a colon. Oh, I really don't like that colon right there. I don't like it one bit. Don't forget that he's dangerous. Yeah. Don't forget. He's dangerous. Don't forget. No, I don't like that. Don't forget. He's dangerous. All right, so I want to change up. God, I gotta prune some of these fucking tabs. Do you have closed tabs to the right, Safari? Yeah. You don't? Oh. Closed tabs to the right, yeah. Remain tight in the bud source. Fucking Ananias Nin. Um, Later, he goes back to like looking through the keyhole. He starts looking, starts listening, starts looking again. But I think that's actually a really good note where we could. All right, so Logic is going to get one for busting up this thing, and then Brongulus or Bradius there. Meek. Docile is exactly what I want. All right, so on the other side of the massive bedroom door, Rigel the thief peered through the keyhole and strained to make out their conversation. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a solid. That's a solid. Solid. And those are the things that I'm always really interested to get. The anytime that you have a logical question, like how does this character know that, or why does this character see that, or what? Always, always, always interested in checking out those things. So, oh yeah, I see Raborn in the chat right there. You should get in on this. Like he loves epic fantasy. I think the transition to this description. Mm-hmm. No good. Cats. Oh, let's talk a little bit about this hallway. Um, Yeah, let's how can you even fucking see in this hallway? It's like pitch black in there. Um, yeah, like a little. Well, it's not. That's not great. Mm-hmm. Ugh. 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 It's not good. We could make it an exterior, whatever, where he's like standing outside in the whipping wind or whatever. But that makes it into like more of a castle. And if you think about like a tower where like the room is facing out, and they obviously have a window facing out, like there's no real reason to have midlight or moonlight. I mean, oh, that'd be cool. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. We could get into what a RAS tower was like laid out as. Yeah, honestly, that could if we spend a little time here getting the mechanics of that right, it could make the scene like a little bit more real. So, mm-hmm. Here let's take a look at some glass ceiling domes. This is what I'm... Leaded glass. Oh, yeah. I like the leaded glass. Dome ceiling. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, where is this guy? Fuck off, Pinterest. I hate you. Syed Farouk. Oh, this is dope. Yeah, I like the whole Mandela type thing. Did I go here? I did go to Saint Chapelle. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't go to Notre Dame, which is a shame because it burned down, but I went to Saint Chapelle. God, what if his tower is something like this? This is fucking dope. It doesn't actually, obviously, like, this is like a fisheye lens, and it doesn't feel like that in there. It's much darker inside, even at any time of the day where you go. Yeah, this is like an HDR picture, and yeah, it really is dope. So, love that goth feeling. Would definitely bang some big tittied goth. Well, I feel bad for because let's keep in mind there are just as many small tittied goths out there that need your love too. I'm just putting it out there, and I feel like that meme has put undue pressure on goth girls to have big titties. Um, and I just want all you small titty goth girls out there to know that there is love for you too, just not as much. Jesus, I saw a black lady walking down the street the other day with just a truly epic bust, and it took like all of my strength not to just be like fucking awooga, and even I don't think I succeeded in not being like damn, and then she's just like. I didn't say damn to this lady, but definitely my eyes were like. And I'm not trying to bother somebody on the fucking. Really and truly, I'm not. But I was awestruck by this rack. And then Logic is trying to tell people to please not get fake. I don't think that's a problem for anybody watching the stream at the moment. Logic, I'm not I'm fine with where I'm at naturally. Uh, yeah. Oh, 40 feet is too high. Yeah. I kind of like this. The bedchamber was at the top floor of a vast tower. Rigel skulked in a moonlit corridor. Uh, for any goth chicks watching the stream in the far future, I once went out with like a fairly, beautiful long black hair woman who had had a reduction done because she was just like having like back pain and so forth, and it was such a bummer because they had really kind of mauled her, um, and she was very self conscious about it. I didn't care. Um, like, but what's the point? I'm not really getting at a point here or whatever, but the surgery was like pretty hardcore. She had like scars that went up here and scars that went down there, and they'd really had to take a fair bit away, and she still had like quite large breasts, and I just imagine if like you had to go through life like that, and you just had like your balls were like the size of grapefruits, and just every time you like walked, it's like fuck, I was getting in the way. Anytime it's humid out, fucking forget it. A lot just like I already have that problem, guy. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm glad that no part of my anatomy currently gives me undue pain, other than just the inadequacy of my brain to do certain tasks that I need to do. But yeah, imagine going through life like that with just like this gigantic fucking weight upon you. Although to be fair, like I wonder how much of that is diet for the most part. And like I don't know. I don't know enough about this to really comment on it in a intelligent way. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think there's one L in. My first wife had 3060D, super smart, officer in the AF. That was the first thing anybody thought about her. Her huge tits. Yeah, definitely the whole deal. That was the one that was Indian and she was crazy as shit, right? Logic. Mm. Like honestly, for me, like once you get past the initial, okay, these are great and so forth, they really are just kind of in the way for fucking everything. Oh, just putting it out there. All right, what do we got? Yeah. Yeah, I was just telling myself the other day I gotta stop driving past like old girlfriends' houses, like where it's not directly on my way, because I like to just like drive past and be like, huh, yeah, some good times there or whatever. But I don't know if it's like healthy to like drive past and like dwell in the past and everything. Because I think at the back of your mind is like maybe I'll see him or whatever there, and of course, you know, it would be terrible if you actually saw that person. It's just awkward for both of you. But and also, I don't want to get into like some. Is that how people get drawn into like stalking rubrics? Like they don't want to let like some fragment of the past go, and then they just start like popping up in somebody else's life where they don't want them there. Like, that's the absolute last thing that I ever want to get involved with. That's rough. But anyhow, long story short, it's hard too because like every street around here has some house of some girl or another that I've dated because I'm a whore. Yeah. Every route, every street had some association. Yeah, I know that fucking feeling, man. You know, where you, especially in New York, it's like you look at any building that you've been around and you think about some dirt that went down there. Um, and if you, I guess, if you live here long enough, you would just be completely trapped in things that you had done. Oof. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Coffee Quills reached 100 followers, and congrats on getting a 5-day writing streak too. I don't want to alarm you, but it's only like a 5-day writing streak, and also it was not a streak because I was too hungover to do this on Saturday morning, but it was worth it. But this, yeah, if you run through this YouTube channel, you'll see some of the other edits that we did on this thing, and some of them are like 100 days straight that we worked on the edit without pause. This is by the time this comes out, this will be either my eighth or ninth published novel. So yeah, we put the time in. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Coffee Quills. I think you've been here before. I remember that name, but it's been some time. Yeah, long streaks are good too. Yeah, I get. So I'm a huge believer, and if you want to write, it should be every day. I'm a huge believer in the power of establishing a firm practice that you never deviate from. And really, I should be in like a much more rigid schedule, but I've just been having some significant trouble sleeping. As you can see, it's like 4 in the morning. But but yeah, man, huge believer. Like, if you want to get books done, the way to do it is to work on them every single day and never stop. And with this one, I mean, we're like 5 days in and like 8 pages. Hopefully, it gets a little bit easier. But I'm totally willing to put like half a year into making this a good book if I need to. So I'll do a page a day, but I'm not willing to put 3 years into doing the book, which is what it would take, like doing one page every day, which is about our rate right now. I don't like multicolored. I don't think we can get away with that. Okay, that's better. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that name. Eventually, when we're bestsellers and so forth, there'll be so many people we can't remember them all. So we should enjoy this familiarity. That will never fucking happen. Like, I can't imagine more than like 10 people ever being interested in this editing. And honestly, having like just a few people working on this is so much better. Like, if that stream was like a huge wall of Twitch chat and poggers emojis and shit like that, would be useless. And I'd have to like do some crazy moderation or whatever, and it would take time. So it's good to be obscure. Like everything else in the tower of the Unraveler, the bedroom door was ornate and ostentatious. The door was 12 feet tall, made from thick panels of black walnut carved with scenes of fabulous beasts. Like everything else in the tower of the Unraveler, the bedroom door was ornate and ostentatious. The door was 12 feet tall, made from thick panels of black walnut carved with scenes of battle between oh, that's not better. Hmm. Yeah. Like, what's it so difficult? Cool, that's better. Like everything else in the tower of the Unraveler, the bedroom door was ornate and ostentatious. There were panels of black walnut carved with scenes of battle between fabulous beasts. Dragons wheeled against griffins, chimerae vied with gorgons, and hydras fought manticores. The other panels had more fantastic creatures the young thief could not identify. In the faint light. Instead, he worried about the doorframe. thick band of lacquered ebony was engraved with weaving lines of arcane sigils. Rigel could not read these or any other letters. Even if it were daylight, Rigel could not read these or any other letters. I think we need a comment on or. So I'd like that even if it were daylight, comment there, because somehow it just reinforces the literacy angle of it there. It worked. The construct works a little better. He only knew these magical marks could spell terrible trouble for him. He tapped the chain at his neck. Anxious, he fingered the chain at his neck, hoping the charm would preserve him. Better. Oh, that's a big improvement on that paragraph. The sorceress and the swordsman were talking too quietly to make out now. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. When do they start? The conversation between the sorceress and the swordsman grew faint. Taking tremendous care he didn't nudge the door or make a sound, Rigel pressed his ear against the keyhole. He closed his eyes and focused. Even then he could only make out about half of what they said. El Shalah talked more than Rebel. The swordsman's voice was almost a whisper. He seldom said more than a few low words in reply. "What good are you to me, then?" El Shalah demanded. Revel's response was too mumbled to make out. Even in his present disgrace, the Duke's stun was still one of the most powerful men in Laz. El Shalah spoke. Yeah. El-Shalah spoke down to Revel as if she were scolding a dog. Revel just stood there. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So there we had like a little tension, like, what if they come out here and fucking find me? Although not. Oh, hold on just a second. Fuck. That's cool. Yeah, of all the things that could have broken right there, that was the least pressing of my potential issues that could have got me there. The young thief could barely believe the. We could make that scarcely. The young thief could scarcely believe the way the sorceress spoke. Even in his present disgrace, the Duke's son was still one of the most powerful men in Laz. El-Shalah spoke down to Revel as if she were scolding a dog. Revel just stood there. He absorbed abuse like an abashed child. He absorbed her abuse like an abashed child. Don't forget, he's dangerous. You think scarcely is better than barely? Yeah, I kind of like it a little better. Let me see. What I want is something like milk toast. Dumpling is a synonym for. Wait, milk toast means baby? That's not how I would fucking think of it there. Yeah, a very timid, limp wrist. No, we don't want to. We don't want to bring that in just yet. Milk toast is actually like. It is a shame, but you can't use the word milk toast right there. It just doesn't fucking work the same. Limp wrist. Shout out to limp wrist. I think docile Duvis is too much. Yeah. Weakling. Oh, okay. Doddard is no good. I mean, I would love to have the alliteration, but we can't do it. Pushover is closer to what we want. Oh, I like chump. Yeah, chump is perfect. uh, Rigel had to remember this docile chump. Let's get docile. Yeah, I like that. Rigel had to remember this cowed chump. Nah. Alright, I like that. Given the opportunity, he would cut Rigel in two. Yeah. Yeah, I like where this is going. I just don't like how it's stated right here. Rigel had to remember this cowed chump was also a trained swordsman. Given the opportunity, Revel would cut him down. You're just a boy, El Shalah said. Growing louder. For an alarmed instant, Rigel was afraid he'd been caught. Rigel froze, afraid he'd been found out. But she was only berating berating the nobleman. An impotent little boy when I need a man. More apologetic whimpers from the Duke's son. They grew silent, and Rigel peered through the keyhole. He watched El Shalah lead Revel to the edge of the bed. Uh, Craning his head, Rigel saw his goal. So he's at a keyhole. Yeah, so he's... Craning is wrong. And he's not turning his head. He's like at a keyhole. You're like, leaning is better. Wait. Oh, it should be lead. Yeah, you're right. I always fuck that up. Yeah. Boom. That's a classic failure from yours truly. Oh, hold on, let me close some of this other shit that is open. Like, I don't need Chrome there. Oh, well, I was using that, huh? Let me quit out of this. Let me quit fucking Finder. You can't quit Finder. I don't need the calculator. Alright. Boom. Summer slide. Get the fuck out of here. Lead should be lead. More apologetic whimpers from the Duke's son. They grew silent, and Rigel peered through the keyhole. He watched El Shala lead Revel to the edge of the bed. There was a line of silver shining in the light of the fireplace. Did we use demanded? Yeah, okay. He actually did it. Let me see. So this is it's told through. A little boy shouldn't stand so tall. On your knees, El Shala demanded. Revel did. He sank to his knees as bid. Yeah, that's not good. He sank to his knees. El Shala sat on the edge of the bed and hiked up her emerald dress. Beneath was a neat triangle of wispy blonde hair. Rigel's mouth fell open. Okay. Bid should have been Bade. Oh, I just took it out. It was too hokey. But you are absolutely right. I'm just unlucky that... El Shala grabbed a fistful of Revel's curly black mane and rudely Do we need rudely there? El grabbed a fistful of Revel's curly black mane and rudely yanked his face between her legs. And rudely yanked his face between her legs. Revel offered no resistance. He set to work at once. Revel offered no resistance and set to work at once. The sorceress leered down at him, relishing her position. I think just Rigel was agog is better. Rigel was agog. Inside the bedchamber, the pair grew more heated. Elle began to moan, and Rigel... Elle began to moan, and Revel made frantic noises. So, it should be really uncomfortable for him to stand outside of this thing for the length of time that, let me see. So she's a young woman and she's thin, so it's not going to take like 15 minutes for this to go down. Realistically, between 3 and 12 minutes. Thief Boy is getting an education right here. Yeah. Um, mm-hmm. The act went on for what felt like forever, and the voices in the bedchamber swelled with increasing abandon. There we go. I like increasing. Oh, don't fucking highlight this. I like increasing abandon quite a bit. Uh, Elle began to moan. Revel's breath. That's not quite right. I don't think. Revel's breathing was a frantic pant. Can you say? I don't think you can say frantic pant. Um, Revel's breathing was ragged and frantic. At last she arrived. El Shalah shut her eyes and arched her back, exultant. Okay. Is it arched? Yeah, you're right. Boom. This is America. You can do anything. Hell yeah. I love that. You are a free American. I just like to just toss that out all the fucking. Look at all these advertisements. That's why I had fucking Chrome up. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick just to make sure that I'm not that I don't have some crazy shit in Chrome. Like some weird fucking tab of me looking at horse porn or something. There we go. Okay, no horse porn. From time to time, even the best of us has some equines in their browser history. Don't act like you're better than me. Why don't I use uBlock Origin? Just the default is excellent. I had it in Safari. Safari's kind of weird. They keep fucking around with where the blockers are in the ad store. So I do use uBlock on Chrome, but and you can see that it like blocks all those ads. But it was just fucked up with Safari. Whatever ad blocker I was using, maybe it's not installed in this machine. Maybe it was fucking up. But at last she arrived. Cool. Oh, let's. Yeah. Let's move this. Uh-huh. Ba-ba-ba. Do we need a comma before idiot? Yes, we do. And I'm going to give Brongulus one because he's right about the comma after exultant, but we just changed that up a little bit. So, 18, 4. Ooh, leaderboard. What's good for Safari? There's some shit on the Safari App Store, but I think they only approve bullshit that has been neutered to where it's not actually like powerful enough to block advertisements. Fucking cowards. I wonder if there's something more clever than he's like kind of seizing the moment of like this little death. I don't have anything clever for that there. Rigel flung the heavy door open and shot across. Oh, I think we. Uh, so he would definitely like do like a little. All right, is this? I think that's a good addition there. Okay. Rigel shoved open the heavy door and shot across the room towards the pedestal. So my question is, can talon mean the whole foot? I don't think it can. Yeah. Ugh. A claw. The card's left after the deal. Huh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, so I don't think you can describe the whole. You could, which is weird because you can describe a the whole foot as a claw. I think. Yeah, a claw can be the whole foot, but yeah, the talon is just the finger part, but the claw can be the entire foot, right? I think talon would sound cooler, but it's like a little too specific, especially in a place where this is the action part of the scene. So we can't get too bogged down. Oh, the fucking sun's rising and everything. There's some nice things about waking up like way too early, but holy god, crab-like appendage. But yeah, like the talon is just the actual like pointy part of the claw. So I'm taking out eagle there because I think because golden eagle is like there are actual golden eagles out there, and it's a little bit misleading. And honestly, like people can imagine whatever claw they want. We don't want to get too bogged down in the description. There's like a 15-second delay before my lines show up. Huh, that's weird. It's supposed to be on ultra low latency. Um, but there is some inherent delay within the restream thing or whatever. I'm only looking over at the chat like every minute or two anyway, so it's fine. Yeah. But yeah, like it's understood and appreciated that things are going to be kind of slow. For this plum-sized sphere, Rigel had risked everything. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna Yeah, like before the confused lovers could react, Rigel reached for the orb. The moment his fingers touched crystal, it flared with brilliant blue light. Oh, let me give Logic a point for that towards because we did fix something there. Like slouching down in my seat. Like, ugh. Yeah, we're taking out. Uh, oh, yeah, I like the trap was sprung. Increase them all. Rigel was engulfed in a roar of furious cerulean, an arcane flame that ought to. That's too fucking hokey. Mm-hmm. The trap was sprung. Rigel was engulfed in a roar of furious cerulean. The arcane flame should have incinerated him, but he was untouched. Instead, the leaden amulet, the oh, I already got it. Faster than use. The arcane flame should have incinerated Rigel, but he was untouched. Instead, the leaden amulet around his neck grew red hot. The stink of sparks and sulfur. Comma. Is it? Oh, there's no comma there. The stink of sparks and sulfur rose as the snake-led charm siphoned away the spell. Rigel paid a terrible price. The molten lead seared through his shirt and burned a ring into his skin. It wouldn't actually do that, FYI. Just like the lead would just like kind of roll off of him there. He would still get burnt, right? And but I don't think it would really burn through his shirt. But that's how it's gonna go. Rigel paid a terrible price for its protection. The molten lead seared through his shirt and burned a ring into his skin. Getting hot brass down my body armor and getting bad burns on my neck and shit, thinking about molten lead. Yeah. Metal is totally fucking distracting. Remember we did another thing on lead mechanics in fucking Zeros, where like the body wouldn't sink into it and so forth. Yeah, like good to know about lead. But yeah, I've gotten fucking the worst is like little pieces of brass or whatever getting near your eyes or whatever. I don't know if you ever shot without goggles. But yeah, fucking people in movies would be blind all the time, like fucking gunpowder and everything getting in their faces and ugh, they're loud. Mhm. Oh yeah, the bait and switch on the sex scene. Just when I was thinking it's going to be that kind of fantasy novel, I used it for something else. I already did a fantasy novel that was just that. That was like literally just a thin framework around fucking. So I can be a little bit more whatever. But I honestly like I get what I want out of that scene, right? Like the interesting parts about it are like the power dynamic between those two, and her like total abandon or whatever. I don't need Rigel to get anything out of that at all to be happy with the scene, and I really like the interplay where like this young man is like an unwilling voyeur to what's going on there, and he has this whole pretext of I got to get in there and steal this fucking thing. Yeah, to me, that's all exciting. I like where that's going. And as we develop the story, because it needs a lot of work and so forth, we want to think in terms of like these kind of theatrical, interesting setups where like multiple things are happening simultaneously, and there are points of tension going throughout the whole thing. Because like honestly, like in a dream world, this becomes like an interesting series. I don't know that it's like adaptable enough for like a TV or whatever there, but you want to have everything be kind of like a little bit cinematic if you can, because um, readers now are have expectations put into them by the movies that they see. That's what more people are going to relate to things that happen like a movie than just regular writing, unfortunately. So it's not gonna break my heart if some of this comes across like kind of cinematic and exciting and so forth. So, and if we look at where this chapter was when we began, it was much more boring, right? It was so I want to put in more action. I want to put in. It's weird, like the two should be at odds with each other, like putting in more vivid description and having things be more action packed and so forth. But now, if I'm reading this chapter, um, I want to know what the fuck is going on, right? Because now I have all these questions in my head. I'm like, all right, why is he stealing this rock? Like, how did Revel become disgraced? Um, that's a big question there. Like, what's up with this girl? What's she even look like? Is she cute? What's going on? Because we don't have any description of what El Shalah looks like. Because it was told on. Let me see. Yeah, actually. Let me see. Ba, 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 ba. Is there a place to put that? Except her blonde pubes. Yeah, we get into that. Honestly, that's all the description I need about her. That's all I'm interested in. Let's see. And it is kind of comical, too. And it should set a tone here because we're not going for like super grim, dark, awful, or whatever. We want to have it like so of my work like Xan and Ink is like very dark and serious and like some comedy in it or whatever, and then Arcanist is like pretty goofy and lighthearted and so forth. This is like a peg under Arcanist, so still serious, but one hundo good enough for if that's all I fucking need right there. Man, how long has it been since I like went out with like a legitimately blonde woman? I went out with a dyed blonde earlier this year, but it's not the same. I don't know that I've ever had somebody. Oh, now I know. Ugh. I want it to be dark, but how dark? So, the comedy and the good naturedness inherent in this is more important than like periods of darkness. But we are getting into like people will be enslaved throughout the course of this. They will get into bargains with all sorts of entities and so forth. Um, and some of the book is about imprisonment and being trapped and making mistakes and so forth. I don't know. Like I don't read like a lot of super grimdark shit. Like I can't I couldn't get through like any of Jim Butcher or that stuff. Um, we'll have to see. Like Lemon maybe is like honestly that's like my sweet spot for things that are dark. Like if you want to have a book that's dark, your characters have to be really attractive. IMO, like you have to want to keep reading about them, which is maybe the problem that we're going to have when we start editing Gravid. That we need to make our protagonists more attractive to readers. But here already, in this edit, the characters have good foibles to them, right? We're already establishing that Rigel is illiterate and just poor and doesn't have like a lot going on for him. And later it'll be established like he's a tiny little guy. He later in the book we get into like he's like I want to be a swordsman or some shit like that, and this guy's like just don't ever fight. You're tiny. I think it's Fish that tells him that later on. They're all gonna get into a big fucking fracas at some point here, and we can tell like Revel is just like nothing but at this point bad things about him, which is why we wanted to develop him and why later in the scene we have him spare the life of Rigel because he's just a kid. And then El Shala, you can see we haven't seen anything like really good about her character yet, other than she can wield power over this guy that's an oaf, but she's very so far like self-serving. So later we'll want to establish, and later in the book she does express like genuine care over people and like save some lives and stuff like that. But here we can see this very like hungry part of her character where she's happy to use this guy who she considers to be a dolt. Oh, I could have used dolt earlier instead of chump. Let's take a look. If that. So instead of cow chump, we could use docile dolt. Rigel had to remember this docile dolt was also a trained swordsman. Rigel had to remember this cowed chump was also like cow chump is better. Cowed dolt. Docile chump. Docile chump is better. Rigel had to remember this docile chump was also a trained swordsman. Ah, that's better. And so the part of Revel's character where he can be led astray and bossed around by like a more powerful woman in this case is something that we'll try to delve into later in the story. It's not handled well later in the story, but we can develop it. Absolutely and sincerely. So now we're getting to the part that I really actually wanted to edit when we started out this whole thing. We redid the whole chapter instead of just focusing on the action part, which is this is all good. The amulet grew red hot around his neck. I actually don't like the... I don't like glowed. You're right that it doesn't fit there. Grew red hot. Turned red hot. Glowed red hot. Yeah, so we can't do glow, right? Because ultimately, the scene is from the perspective of Rigel, So he, like, even if it's glowing around his neck, he's not picking up on that in the middle of what's going on here. Instead, the leaden amulet around his neck became red hot. In fact, red hot is. Instead, the leaden amulet around his neck began to sizzle and spit. Okay, I like that better. I'm gonna give you a point there because that just identifying that is a spot where it wasn't active enough. Instead, the leaden amulet around his neck began to sizzle and spit. Rigel choked at the stink of sparks. No, that's too much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's too much. The stink of sparks and sulfur rose as the snake-led charm siphoned away the spell. Yeah. Nope. I'll give you a point there too for identifying that whole deal. Boom, 20 points. Whew, I wonder how many edits there will be for this because it's like 700 pages long. The top score for Zero, so it's like 123, and I think Lemon Maybe, which was like kind of a similar length. I think Spaethiwa was like around 240 for one of those or something like that. I know it was close too. If this edit goes on for long enough, we might get Spathy back because eventually he'll stop working, and it's gonna burn himself out the way he's going. But I could say the same thing for myself probably. El Shalah's cheeks were flushed, and she This whole thing is taking place in like 2 seconds. El Shalah was still shaking. Revel. Revel was first to his feet. I like that she's still shaking. And part of the reason, I think part of the reason why I set this scene up this way was like, so essentially, like, she's a sorceress or whatever, she could have just fucking zapped him right there, but she's too overcome at the moment, which is a hilarious reason. We get into that later in the story too. Okay, this is one of the more. This did not used to be in here. Like he just like fucking went after him the last time, and we've added this moment of humanity where he's like, it's just a fucking kid. Especially in the context of he's just done like essentially what he's just done an immoral act from like the ethos that he would be involved in. And so he's not especially keen to compound his folly by like murdering a child, even if he's a thief. Oh, so here we're as we're writing this, we just shifted out of Rigel's POV when we were writing this. So, and the reason why we shifted out of POV is because we talk about he saw Rigel's only a boy and hesitated. So let's put back to Rigel's P. Yeah. Um, I have never had a dagger thrown into my arm. It'd be, let's see. Mm, yeah, I don't think felt the impact is right. Revel through the dagger. Oh, this is hard. Uh, I do like that alliteration. Rigel flung open the door and pitched forward. Not fast enough. The dagger stuck in his shoulder. He shrieked and kept running. There we go. Whew. But not fast enough. I think the butt. Yeah, that is better. Okay, so that's a good butt. No ifs, ands, but definitely that butt. Revel threw the dagger. Rigel flung open the door and pitched forward, but not fast enough. The throw was true. Okay, and this is definitely something that happens to you. Like if you ever like take a wound, it's like fucking. It feels like an eternity before it hits you, and then it's just that like dawning apprehension, like, oh fuck, this is gonna hurt. Ugh. Let's make it the left shoulder because he's dashing out. That's where it would hit him. Um, well, I mean, maybe it's not apparent to the reader exactly where their positions are, but yeah, well, that's fine. I could draw a diagram, but I don't think it's necessary. Mm-hmm. My homie got kicked out, so I got. Wait, did he just? What time is it right now? So it's like 3 a.m. and your friend showed up at your door, just being like, "Yo, man, can I sleep with you?" Well, at least you won't have to sleep alone tonight. Logic, but that's a fucking bummer. I don't think I've put up any friends ever. Like, yeah, nobody has ever come to me and asked to stay here. It's midnight. Yeah, that's the fucking bummer. Wah wah. Oh, who's this? Damn, girl. Whoa. Holy shit. Sorry, this is very relevant to my interests. Okay, yeah, I can get that. Never give a woman access to your phone. Oh, yeah. Never in a million years. Because, yeah, like, even if you're not cheating, and I am, it's just going to be problems. Yeah, I don't want to go on their phone. I don't want them to see my phone. Boundaries. It's fucking important. All these people with nothing to hide are boring. You know what I'm saying? He would need that hand. Rigel shoved the orb into his pocket as he ran. I think we need that. It was some old ass picture he had deleted. What the fuck? So she went through his fucking deleted pictures. You gotta drop. You gotta drop that. Anybody who's like looking through your fucking garbage is garbage, really and truly. Because it just shows like an obsession, right? The part where you start like picking through so forth, and then she like confronted him on it, and so forth. Gotta go, gotta go. But he knows. You figure that shit out. Some old ass picture he deleted. You're a good man for putting him up though. Um, Although I never understood. Maybe it's her house or something like that. But yeah, I have never let somebody throw me out of my own fucking house that I can remember. I don't think I ever would. I'm bigger, you know. They have to leave. But that sounds like a good recipe for getting yourself arrested on a domestic violence case. By the way, he hit me, like, and you didn't, but you're still going to fucking jail. Or you're Slimer and you did hit her, fucking asshole. See, this is why I only date people who don't give a fuck about me. Oh, kind of true. There, that's much better. Okay, cool. He's one of my best homies, and it's his wife. They just had a kid a few months ago. I'm guessing it's not the picture, but symptomatic of other stressors. Um, yeah, like you just don't get to fucking sleep apparently when you have children. So, oh, I remember you were talking about this whole thing. I know who you're talking about here. Let's take a look at this comma. Hurt and half blind from the flare. Oh, I don't think we need from the flare. Yeah, in fact, and this works better. Half blind and badly hurt. Rigel rant. Um, let's get low. So I want a word for. I want something. Are you fucking serious? Don't 503 me. I need that thesaurus. Although I hate their fucking site, really and truly. It's just so clogged up with like advertisements and horse shit. Maybe I'll go to Collins Thesaurus. Um, I like real. Oh, he stops by Pound LRH. Well, I wish him luck with that whole thing. Yeah, if they have a child, obviously he can't get rid of her, but they're that is definitely time for like some therapy and a boundaries discussion. Like yeah, if they get into that situation, then they haven't established like some of the new speak or whatever for relationships that might be useful. But that shit does work. Like the new understanding of relationships as like boundaries between individuals and stuff is useful, but getting both people to like go to that kind of therapy and finding somebody who isn't an absolute fuckwit is not no easy task. Because like I almost feel like the type of person that would want to be a therapist almost shouldn't be allowed to be a therapist. It's kind of like a political office and so forth. Like a lot of people I know who are like therapists and psychiatrists and so forth are motivated in some ways by like a genuine desire to help, and they're like warm people and so forth. But their own lives are like a complete clusterfuck, and they do revel a little in the power over other people. Um, it's clearly a gentleman's agreement with boundaries and workloads, which goes over. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, we'll be thinking about that when we're editing Gravit all over again. I'm uh, I'm like a little worried to see what's been done to it. Half blind and hurt, Rigel reeled through the dark hallway. So when we talk about a claw, um, okay, let's. Oh, cool. We need to get it into his hand right there. That's better. Cool. Okay, so half blind and hurt, Rigel reeled through the dark hallway. The orb was still clutched in his right hand. He shoved it into his pocket. His left hand was useless now. His left was useless now. He could feel the dagger jutting from his shoulder and hot blood running down his arm. The real pain was still to come. Well, so if we use arm there, we can't use it here, right? Oh, we can just have hot blood running down. Running from the wound. Yeah, there we go. No, I got you. So I'm going to give you a point there. Because I do think it's better as a complete sentence. Boom. Uh-huh. Yeah, I feel you on the fucking tunnel vision, man. Ooh, struggling. Oh, that looks wrong. No, that doesn't look right at all to me. Logic. Yeah. His left arm was useless now. In fact, let's just take out now altogether. Yeah. I think that's good because it gets us to the right place. But I don't agree with the come on now. Yeah. It just seems wrong. That's a good comment. So what do we have? So we have Coolerian 331 who asks, how's the writing going? So I've been working at it for 5 days and we've edited 12 pages. This is not so good. That's very, very slow. Normally I edit about 10 pages a day, but these are the first two chapters of a novel that needs a lot of work. So we're going in pretty deep on them. We want the reader to be more engaged. And honestly, like 5 or 6 days was about what it needed. It's much better now. But yeah. Oh, that's a good place to break this up, Logic. In fact, we should split the paragraph somewhere. Working on the opening chapters of my draft as well. It's a real pain when you don't know exactly how it should start. Well, I mean, how deep are you into it? Really, like if you've already written the whole thing and you're going back and revising, it's a good place to do it. If the draft isn't done yet, a couple of things. So if you have not completed a draft, my advice is always never to talk about your book until the first draft is edited and completed. Let's see, revising a finished draft. Oh, then you're fine. Yeah, like now you can talk about it. Revising the finished draft and so forth. I don't. It's not for everybody. Everybody's going to do it a little bit different. But I always seem to find that at the end of a draft or something like that, there'll be a chapter somewhere in the middle of the book that like sticks out that doesn't quite fit there, and you wind up moving it back to the front. And because it's already deep into the action, it's like, oh, okay, this works out. My last novel that we put out, we took a chapter from like midway through and almost like deep into the action. It was like after the initial climax and threw it at the front, and it actually worked pretty well. But you'll have to retool. But let me finish this chapter because how long? We've been doing this for like 3 or 4 hours here. Often you will find, and I've found this to be the case with many different books that I've worked on, often you will find something in the thick of the action where it tells you just enough to titillate the reader, and it can serve as your introduction and get them forwarded into the action. And once they're like, oh, there's some shit going on that I want to find out later, then they're willing to like give you 5 or 6 pages of exposition to get into whatever. That's what I always do. But don't take too much advice from me, because I'm not successful. Signed up some writing coaching this month from a developmental editor, and I'm really excited. Got my first Zoom session. It's in RA20 with her tonight. Be like, it sounds like you know what you're doing or whatever. Just be very careful with developmental editors. They can charge a lot of money and offer like very little of value. Um, that's where it's at. Yeah, they really it's hard to find an editor that works well with you or whatever. There a lot of pitfalls there, but it sounds like you know what you're doing. So I don't want to like throw out unasked for advice, but finding a good editor, man, they're worth their weight in gold, really and truly. But I assume that you're already like a member. Yeah, you've hired her before, then you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. I don't even pay for developmental editing at this point. I have the same guy that does my line editing. Just be like, what do you think about this whole thing? And it's purely for a lack of funds to hire a developmental editor. I do think that they have a good role, but they're expensive, man. Very expensive. I had somebody quote me $6,000 to do a developmental edit on a novel, and like I got back to her, I'm like, no, that's okay. And she's like, oh, is there wiggle room? I'm like, no, not from that position. Like I'm not gonna make $6,000 with a novel. Yeah, like well, I might, but probably not. Six fucking grand. $800 for A developmental edit is okay, depending on the length of the work or whatever. Somebody wanted me to do a developmental edit on their book, um, and I think I quoted them 10 grand because I was going to end up rewriting the entire fucking thing for them. I don't think that they'll get it together enough to do it. $800 for 100,000 words is actually like a really good for a developmental edit. The guy that the last book that I did that was like 120,000 words. It was like $1,500 for the line edit, which had like some developmental stuff in there, but it's like really involved. Then the last one that I did, I think it was about $600. I always give, and just FYI, when you're negotiating a price with an editor, what I always recommend is to leave yourself an extra $100, and then at the end of the edit, if they did a good job, like kick in the extra $100. That always works really well for me because it's kind of unexpected the first few times that you do it right there, and it makes it really does improve the relationship for like the next couple of edits. So yeah, that's really reasonable for 104,000 words, but like $800 for a full novel for like a developmental edit is a little on the lower scale actually. So good luck. But if you already know you like her, you're fucking set. Let me finish this chapter. That's so important. You can tell I'm like all coffeeed up and trying to get through it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, props to you actually for spending the time to get a developmental editor and like really working through it because it's such a critical part of the process. And I'm not like a huge. They're good for some people, but I personally I can't stand writing groups like people who use like the Clarion method or critique groups or I like beta readers, but like I do not like group writing. Yeah, 10-page edits. Yeah, notes all through the manuscript. Anyone is ever interested? Yeah, that's pretty standard to get like the developmental letter, which is like a it's a significant part of the work there, and then the comments throughout the manuscript, which is about how a dev edit should work there. Mm. Let's see. Always offered some very salient advice on the chapters. Yeah. Uh, I'm just leery of advice. You know, you can get advice from all avenues or what, but I actually like this method of like editing online significantly better. It just works for me. Maybe I'm because I'm arrogant. Uh, Mhm. Yeah, technical plot holes are great. They're like a great spot for beta readers for the most part, and like even like a really good editor and proofreader, I've found that all of them are gonna miss things that like beta readers will find at some point. Yeah, like a good set of 12 beta readers is super value. All right. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna get there. Yeah, inexorably. Good luck with your job interview, there. What's the difference between sculpture and statuary? Yeah, I think statuary has to be outdoors. Yeah. Oh, sculpture. What's the difference between statue and statuary? Is what I'm looking for. Statue versus statuary. No, not statute versus statutory. Oh, weird. So statues that are a group of statues is statuary. And then the art of doing it is the practice of statuary. So statuary is collective for a statue. I didn't know that. I was just like, um, you would hear about statuary in like a garden is the association that I have with it, and it just means that there's a bunch of them. That's interesting. Okay. That might be the only thing I've learned today. That's okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we've gotten into any like real specifics about like fantasy daggers or anything like that. And you learn the value of friendship. I see. But yeah, I did not know the statuary type thing, and I'm happy to know it. It's a good piece of info for me. let's hold on. Let's get through this. Let's cut all this bullshit out. I like that we're adding like the fucking this like sitcom style falling over armoires type thing. Not armoires, but foot rust or footstools, I guess is what they're always fucking tripping over. Instead, Instead, he descended the final. Okay, so now let's read through this at last on the last paragraph. All right, well let's go back to where we started here. So we were good there. So if we take out pierced, then we can do that. Yeah, that's better. Oh, yeah. Let's just take that out entirely, and let me give you that point. Is this a good edit? Oh, wait, hold on. Why don't I just fucking... If I were smart, I would just set these up so that this was, like, over here, so they didn't fucking obscure each other. There we go. Yeah, it's much better with the... I agree. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's improved. Whoa. Good God Almighty.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Boom. I like that. How blood ran from the wound. The real pain was still to come. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Instead, we should be reading through this. Revel was first to his feet. Boom. El Shalah was still shaking. Boom. I need that still shaking. El Shalah was still shaking, and Revel was first to his feet. His sword belt hung from a high-backed chair. He grabbed his parrying dagger by the pommel. The heavy door had swung shut, and Rigel was wide open. The heavy door had swung shut, and Rigel was wide open. As the thief reached for the knob, Revel drew back his dagger. At this range, his throat... At this range, he couldn't miss. But Revel saw the thief was only a boy, and he hesitated. Uh, Such a critical line in this story, and it's one that, like, I was later like, I better add that there, because otherwise he reads as like kind of like an irredeemable cocksucker, and in literature, all cocksuckers go to heaven. It's a rule. So at this range, he wouldn't miss. He'd never miss at this range. Okay, yeah. He was too close to miss. How about at this range, a throw a shot? I don't like it. Yeah. Oh, and then certain, yeah. Um, High back chair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think that is hyphenated. I'm gonna give Brongulus a couple here because we're gonna take both of those edits. Yeah, honestly, it just doesn't track right. As wouldn't miss. Like you wouldn't say that, you know. Like it's just. I agree that it's probably cliche. Um, but it's also it may be cliche just because wouldn't miss sounds like it doesn't work. Yeah. Let's try to avoid it in another way. There's got to be an angle. He's like going for that number right there. He's too sober to miss. Ugh. What's he? What's all right? So let's. He's like doing. Mm-hmm. Late Monday night. A number of people are pretty crunk for a Tuesday morning. It's like that song. Like getting crunk on an editing stream on a Tuesday. I gotta work. Ah. Okay. So I do think like at this range he couldn't miss is doing some work. There. Um, the heavy door had swung shut and the thief was wide open.
At this range, Rebel could not miss. But when he saw his target was only a boy, he hesitated. Very important hesitation. There we go.
Stop him, El Shalah shouted. Rebel threw the dagger. Rigel had flung open the door, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger spun through the air and struck him in the shoulder. Rigel cried out. Okay, cool. That's what we wanted to get to, because I'm with you that it's cliche, but I think it's a necessary thing to say there, because really, like, you're gonna fucking hit it. You're gonna nail him right in the dick at that range, 100% of the time, every time. There's a lot of shooting through things right here. I think flung open the door is better. Rigel flung open the door, but he wasn't fast enough. I like that. I like kept going a little bit better. Well, it's not supposed to be from his fucking POV. Yeah, it's not. It's meant, and we are like, this is a problem. We have like POV shading because it kind of blah blah blah. We had this issue. Yeah, we get into his POV when we start talking about his sword belt hangs from. Ugh. You know, like kept going. All right, let's get back to it.
drew it back, ready to throw. The heavy door had swung shut. The thief was wide open. At this range, Revel could not miss. But when he saw his target was only a boy, he hesitated.
There we go. No. I did not feel certain about keep going, so I'm happy to go back with it right there. And this is a pivot. This is all the action of the scene. Like now that the fucking is done, is how does this dagger hit him? So it's critical that this is clear.
Stop him, El Shalah shouted. Revel threw the dagger. Rigel flung open the door, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger spun through the air and struck him in the shoulder.
No, if he vanishes, then we're back in their POV. POV is hard, man. Yeah, it's a good changes.
Rigel yelped and dashed through. Rigel,
So let's look at this paragraph.
Revel threw the dagger. Rigel flung open the door, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger spun through the air and struck.
Yeah, that's why I had kept going. And also a yelp seems like a... Dash into the darkness beyond, as much as I like the alliteration.
Rigel gasped, but didn't stop.
I like that a little bit better. Yeah. Yelped as he ran. Yeah, okay. Let's stick there.
Rigel gasped, but didn't stop. Half blind and hurt, he reeled through the hallway. The orb was still clutched in his right hand. He shoved it into his pocket. The orb was still clutched in his right hand. He shoved it into his pocket as he ran. His left arm was useless. Rigel could feel the dagger jutting from his shoulder. Hot blood ran from the wound. The real pain was still to come.
Cool. Yeah, that's better.
Rigel reached the top of the stairs that wound around the stair. Stairs wound around the tower's inner circle with landings at every floor. Rigel could hear Revel's heavy steps closing in. He bounded down the steps 5 at a time. Six floors down was the window he'd snuck in through. I think bone jarring is kind of fucking hokey. Yeah, like, I would never say bone jarring. We can just say jarring. Oh, look at that. He put in an edit, but I had already realized that it was a problemo in the 15-second interval and dropped it. Nice. Nice. Uh, I like through. Yeah, that through is an important through. I like that. I'm thinking of Radius 1 because the lag is not his fault right there. Um, and it is a good edit. I just realized that a split second before he did there. Stairs wound around the tower's inner circle with landings at every floor. Rigel could hear Revel's heavy steps closing in. Okay, Stairs wound around the tower's inner circle, with landings at every floor. Revel's heavy footsteps were closing in. Rigel bounded down the stairs, 5 at a time. Steps.
Yeah. Oh, and that is indeed a comma that is needed. Mm-hmm.
6 flight down, he reached the second-story landing. Look at all these numbers. The window he'd snuck in through was on this level, but he was too lightheaded to remember if it was to the right or the left. The way back to it. The window he'd snuck in through was on this level, but he was too lightheaded to remember the way back to it. Wheezing for breath, Rigel realized he was too hurt to climb back out. Wheezing, Rigel realized his arm was too hurt to climb back out.
Okay.
That's better. Instead, he descended the final flight to the grand entrance. I like final flight right there. Just sounds like, reminds me of Final Fight and a Babo. He stumbled through the darkness. Instead, Rigel descended the final flight to the grand entrance. He stumbled through the darkness, banging his shins on a low table, and then knocking over a statue with a tremendous crash.
That's fine.
At last, he found a set of double doors that were locked and barred.
No, groping makes it like pitch black. Mm-hmm.
He reached the double doors. They were locked and barred, but he could hear rain hissing on the other side. Operating on pure panic, Rigel managed to fling the bar off the hooks with one arm.
What's that little fucking... I don't want to call it a knob.
Uh, Yeah, that's fine. You can just say he turns the locks. Um, yeah, who knows? It's like a fantasy type whatever. I haven't gotten deep into like, oh wait, locks are something that fucking nerds love, right? They watch that fucking lock picking lawyer, and they all have lock picks in their house. Oh yeah, we can't fuck this up. Yeah. Um. All right. So lexicon of locks and keys. Fucking cookie settings. Spherical lock. Yeah, so there's a single crossbar. That's the first thing that he threw up. There was like a crossbar on the guy. And knowing that it's a crossbar is there. So what kind of lock would we have? Basically, it would be something that would be turned from the other side. And he's a thief, so we should know a little bit about it. Um, Invented a new lock and sent it to the lock picking lawyer. What? Oh, we got to use escutcheon earlier in the story. Oh yeah. Oh, I love that. So is the escutcheon the around a keyhole? Yeah, let's. Oh yeah, yeah. This is what I like. A flange around a keyhole. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna use this. This is the perfect word that I wanted up here earlier. Yes. That was it. Oh, I'm so happy. That's exactly what I fucking wanted earlier. Yeah, because it's not like the keyhole is like a hole against his. It's not what I wanted. What I wanted is like the brass plate that he's actually, but I didn't have the word for it. But escutcheon. In fact, let's figure out how to actually pronounce this motherfucker.
Escutcheon.
Escutcheon. Hell yeah. I'm escutcheon it. I'm loving it. Escutcheon it. Let's take out the part that it's locked. Right? Okay, cool. Okay. There's a crash. Okay. Look at the Rigel Revel confusion. Ugh, fucking terrible. I fuck it up like 8 places in the story at least. Operating on... Okay. Instead, Rigel descended the final flight to the grand entrance. He stumbled through the darkness, banging his shins on a low table, then knocking over a statue with a tremendous crash. He reached the barred double doors. Instead, Rigel descended the final flight to the grand entrance. He stumbled through the darkness, banging his shins on a low table and then knocking over a statue with a tremendous crash. At last, he found the barred double doors. Yeah, the other night I referred to this as planing wood back and forth, and still it finally stops being giant. It's exactly. It's just, um, it's weird. Yeah, it's like some chipping away and some adding back and chipping away and adding back. It really takes so much work to get bad writing to be good, right? And it's all laziness. Or I didn't know what I was doing when I was writing this. This is like maybe like 4 or 5 years old at this point. So I wouldn't make the same mistakes today, but I didn't have like I no longer have like the same joie de vivre as I had right then. A lot of the terrible things that later happened to me hadn't happened at this point. So I'm trying to preserve some of my youthful innocence in this thing. It's not that long ago, but no, it's not easy to write a giant fucking novel like this and to have your enthusiasm persist throughout the entire thing. So I think that this is worth salvaging. Because I mean, I probably spent 3 years writing this, so it's worth it if I can make something good of it. At last, he found a set of barred double doors. He could hear rain hissing on the other side. Operating on pure panic, Rigel managed to lift the crossbar with his uninjured arm and toss it to the floor with a bang. Uh, okay. I don't know about gladly. Um, yeah, we can just say the knight swallowed him. And let the knight swallow him. All right, cool. It's just 13 pages in 5 days. What the fuck? All right, and then I think it's command shift. No, it's command control. No, it's command function. Yeah, command function. Whatever. Is page break. Function, and already I can see that we have to change some of the things in chapter 1.13. So we didn't really make any fucking progress today, but the chapter is immeasurably better. In the first 2 chapters, like, I'm not going to focus so hard on other chapters. I'll just run out of steam. But, okay, so we got through more words today, which we had already edited the day before. But you know, some improvement. So day 5. Okay, so we got through, what did I fucking say that it was? 1022. And 5 hours of writing. 4:51. And we weren't fucking around either. It was like just working the whole fucking time. That's why it's frustrating that these things don't fucking sell, because of the labor. Jesus, Christ, fuck. 451. That's like the longest one of these that we've ever done, I think. All right, well, thank you guys for sticking with me through that entire. Yeah, it's so much better. But as we're like staring down the barrel of the gun, we're just like, holy fuck. Anyhow, I'll stop cringing and complaining about it. I signed up for this shit. You know, I knew what I was getting into. When I decided that we were going to rework this book, because there's good shit in here. Like, it's a fun story, and we definitely, the same way that I felt with Lemon, maybe, I now have like the power to complete this and make it a good book, because we've been working so hard the last couple of years, getting better and better. But which is like a great feeling, like improvement. But oh my god, we are going to suffer for this one, I can tell you already. And so can I scroll? Oh yeah, we were gonna do that whole thing. So let's see what we got through today and what did we learn. So we didn't go back and do this chapter really at much. So this is where we meet the El Shalah character, and we really talk about her through the fact that she spends her afternoon bathing and plaiting her hair. She's like, I'm gonna get some dick. Her dress was new. Her dress was emerald Cimmerian silk, clasped with 3 triangular rubies, joined by gold links. Okay, cool. Okay. So here, he's like, blah, 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 I'm going to fuck that guy up. And then they start their little cat and mouse between each other. And to me, this is an interesting relationship. One, because of like the power asymmetry. 2, because it highlights like a lot of bad things about Revel's character. And it's also somewhat humanizing that he's not just an oaf. He's also easily manipulated. So, fish kicked me there when I wasn't looking. So here, enter the thief. So it's not long enough to be its own chapter. Like it's just 1,000 words or whatever. So he is waiting for them to get it on so they can burst in there and steal this orb. And then Rigel skulks in the moonlit corridor. This is all pretty good right here. And then we add that it's the Tower of the Unraveler. And Arath will come in later. I like the little description that we get into here about how fancy everything is in here. And then we see this sort of sexual tension building between those two characters. The dynamics of their relationship are exposed, and you can see that Rigel is just like, and he lives. You later find that he has a pretty rough and tumble life there. So we get that he's a Gog. We took out earlier we in this draft. I basically, at some point, like, Rigel was, like, getting excited about this whole thing, too. And I take it out here because in the years that have transpired since this went out, people are, like, less and less thrilled to find, like, passages that contain sexuality of children, essentially. And this guy's, like, 13 or 14, whatever. Even though, when you're, like, 13 or 14, your entire being is just one nonstop throbbing of sexuality. I'm still taking it out just because it's not what the story is about, and readers will find it fucking distracting. So we took that out, and really, like, I want the focus to be on the dynamic between El Shalah and Revel, who are adults and can consent to this kind of kinky relationship. Although I will say that Rigel is straight up voyeuring it up over here. Okay. So he darts into the room, and big improvements on just the general mechanics of how this scene goes out. It was not very clear what was happening, and now it is explicitly clear. Everything that's happening, the language is cleaned up. We get more into the mechanics of this snake lead, which will become important later on. I like that she's still too post-orgasmic to like jump up and lightning bolt him. This critical juncture here, where he hesitated. He does not want to kill a child, which is like the best thing you can say about him up until this point in the story. The other is that he's good at giving head. But valuable skills, not killing children, performing cunnilingus, great. Almost a human being. Let's see. It wouldn't feel hot blood running from it would be like when you have like blood like rolling down, it's like warm, not hot. Yeah. So let's take that out there. It doesn't in times where I've like had blood, it doesn't feel hot. It's like it's more warm than whatever. Yeah, it's totally. And he does a lot of peeping throughout this story. He really is kind of like an archetype. He's like an archetypical sneaky little thief for a lot of the story, and then he has like somewhat of a character change as it moves on, but it's not well handled, right? If we're going to have a protagonist in this story, Rigel is probably as close as we can come to our protagonist. So we want to like pay careful attention to his character arc as we're going through it. We want to make sure that he has some room to grow. And like the direction that he grows in the story right now is not satisfying to me. It's not as interesting as I want, and it's a little abrupt and far towards the end. So we want to show his character shaping up a little bit throughout the story.
there are a few different characters that people can relate with over the course of the story. One is Stirs the Hook, who will come in later. The other is El Shala. She does have some character change and makes some terrible mistakes and pays for them and so forth. Everybody makes some terrible mistake. Fish is another one that people can sort of relate with, but a little not. He's more of a he's not Deus Ex Machina, but you'll see what I mean when we get into it there. And then I'm trying to think. Maybe Yellow Hat. He's likable, but he's more of a Mercutio than anything else because he is a bard. All right, and then we did a lot of work on commas and stuff. And so here, previously, he just like burst out of the tower into the street. Like none of this was specific, and now it's all specific. Hopefully, like a little bit of thrilling that he's like trying to make it out of here. And the other part of it is like in the previous story, he just like got the fuck out of there, and it was done in like 2 words. And now you can actually see he almost gets caught, and he's worried about it. We added, and like it's a thick story, but in general, I think in this story, because it's epic fantasy, the story is like long and unwieldy or whatever. But I'm more concerned with like adding stuff in, like details, than I am with taking stuff out, for the most part. So manages it, and he lets the night swallow him. And I'm glad we took out Gladly. This is horseshit. All right, so next chapter. See where it had been threatening to rain all day, and they got on. No, we already had the rain coming in, so that's the first thing we'll have to fix. It's not even necessarily warm. Just I'm right, because it's the same temperature as it feels like. If your skin is colder, then you can definitely you're aware of the warm. Anyhow, like I'm glad we made some of those changes. All right, 5 hours. Fuck me. All right. Well, I hope this was sort of enjoyable for you. Very, very useful for the book, and thank you for your help. And we'll be back at it tomorrow, believe it or not. All right, let me get out of here.